Alright, hey there everybody, Sari here, and welcome back to what should be the last of the Tears of the Kingdom streams for the foreseeable future. It's been a long adventure through this game, getting to 100%, and I've had a lot of fun with it over the last almost year of playing the game. Still a little conflicted with how I feel about actually finishing it, but all good things come to an end eventually, and it's not like the game is going anywhere. I can always start it again if I want. Probably not going to do that. Not for a while, but in its own way, this is something I've been looking forward to, is just being able to say, yeah, we got through the entire game. Not quite there yet, though. We do have one last tour of Hyrule to tackle before we actually finish the game, because while I do have 998 Korok seeds, there are 2 seeds left that we need to go and collect. The bright side is I know exactly where those 2 seeds are after last time. And there's just 1 Korok left that needs to be reunited with his buddy. And we're going to be starting this by helping him. In a slightly roundabout way. So tonight we're, other than securing these last couple of seeds, we're also going to be doing a bit of a boss rush tour of Hyrule, going through all the various mini-bosses and major bosses that we can rematch. And I'm going to be bringing this little guy along for the ride for all of the ones that I can find on the surface. Oh, that's such a shame that you can't move. That's okay. I have exactly what you need right here. Let me do one more thing. Let me grab a steering stick, one of my last ones. Try and cheapen this a little bit. So I made a slight update to this flying machine at the end of the last stream, just trying to optimize it a little bit. Okay. And I think this actually carries a Korok a lot better than the one I've been using for most of the Korok hunting and monster hunting we've been doing over the last while. It holds itself in the air a lot better, and also moves quite a bit faster. Although it is also going to chug through my battery life a little faster than usual, so I'm going to need to keep an eye on that. This Korok's like, wait, you're going the wrong way. My friend is over there. I'm well aware, but we have a few stops in mind. We're going to be taking you on the scenic route. Now there should be a rare talus up here. This is one of the last 2 taluses that I ended up finding in the game. Right? Yeah, it's just on the beach up ahead. Now you can sit tight there and enjoy the show, little guy. We've got some monsters to hunt. Taluses have been one of those fun enemies as a mini-boss. I'm trying to remember, I don't think that they had these crystals on their backs instead of on top of their heads in Breath of the Wild. But they did a good job of actually giving them a bit more variety outside of just the major types of taluses. It's one of those neat little improvements they made to this game. Alright, on we go. So I believe the next stop is going to be in Igneo-Talus, and we should just be able to fly by Death Mountain on our way over to fight our first Gleeok. That tech lab is... I do feel a little sad to see this tech lab abandoned for the first game. It's... I have distinct memories of going back there many, many times over, getting extra ancient arrows and, of course, the entire set of armor that they sold. But now we have the giant statues underground instead, so those were another fun addition. This game is just full of memories. It's hard not to be, after several hundred hours playing it. And this would be the final sign that we repaired last time. Honestly, it wasn't even something that was on my list of things to track for 100% before we got it. Uh-oh. Sorry about the crash landing, old guy. Let me straighten that out, because that looks a little bit uncomfortable. He needs to reach his friend. It's okay, we're definitely working on getting in there. Slowly. But we are getting him there. He's just taking the scenic route. Having a grand adventure that he can tell his friend all about. I'm sure he appreciates this. Oh. Looking up at the sky here reminds me that if we don't find a blood moon at some point in this tour of Hyrule, I might need to slightly readjust my plans for this Korok tour. I was hoping to use the King Gleeok on that island. Ah, shoot, what's the island's name again? I don't know how I forget about this. Eventide, right up here. I was hoping to make that the last Gleeok we punched. But I did that last time, and that might have been a mistake, because if I don't get a blood moon on the way, it's not going to be back. So, depending, we may have to readjust a little bit. Hey, you. Wake up. Thank you very much. And now... yeah, we'll just use this one. This goes so much faster than it did at the start of the game. It does help to have decent weapons. I'm not planning to really update the armor that I'm using too much, although I will be switching out for the different racial sets when we go underground to rematch those bosses. It just feels appropriate. Hold on, where is it? There it is. Hey there, Nugon, welcome back. Alright. 2 taluses down. Where is our next stop? The Gleeok. All the way over there. I'm not entirely sure, but I think this Gleeok that we're on our way to is the one enemy in the entire game that has killed me more than anything else. It was the first Gleeok I encountered, which kind of explains a lot on its own. Hang on, let me go ahead and knock out some pieces here. Speaking of Gleeoks, so not only was it the first Gleeok I encountered, fighting those things in a snowy terrain, when you have limited access to Zonite anythings, and you know, they're basically one-shotting you as well. It took a little bit before I managed to bring it down. Honestly, I think the plural of keys is probably just keys. But don't quote me on that because I haven't looked it up. I don't know for sure. That geoglyph. I don't remember if it was this one or the one in the spiral that we left behind. That's the one where it just tells you outright what exactly happened to Zelda. But if this wasn't it, it's definitely the one that gets you suspicious about what exactly she ended up doing. I am going to go and watch through those again before the end of the night. It's been a while since I've actually looked at those cutscenes, and I'd like to do that, especially before we go handle Ganondorf to close things out. It was a fun story. I do think that's one of the things they improved most from Breath of the Wild into this game is just helping the story actually feel a bit better connected and telling a complete story along the way. Still not quite at the same level as something like Twilight Princess, I think, which probably still has my favorite storytelling out of the Zelda series. But they did a much better job, and I think they did a really good job, especially considering the structure of the game that they're working with here. It can be very hard to tell a compelling story in a giant open world like this, where if the goal is to let you go anywhere and do anything at any point in time, then technically you can encounter the story in any order. And the game handles it really well, which I appreciate. I think they did a very good job with this. After finishing this game, I'm probably going to be taking a bit of a stream break next week. I'm planning to go back for one more round of Unicorn Overlord, probably next Wednesday, just to conquer the Colosseum properly. But I think for the most part next week is going to be pretty quiet, and I'm just going to give myself a short break before we move on to the next game. Alright, you. Yes, you. Big dragon. Alright, you stay behind this little guy. I have a dragon to kill. Okay, let's go ahead and use these. Yeah, and I'll just go ahead and use this for now. Oh, that was the wind. Well, whenever it stops doing those flaps... There we go. Oh shoot, the wing's in the way. Oh, that's awkward. Okay, where are my eyeballs? Now this should be him trying to fly off into the air. But not if we can help it. Also, getting here and thinking, you know, I did actually mean to dismiss all of you. Well, I will accept that I did this particularly awkward with a bit of help. But I would like to actually just tackle these 1v1, as something I forgot to do before the start. Alright, little guy. Thankfully I did not get too far away. You're still here. It's going to be one of the things I need to be careful of going into some of these other Bleoks. Also, hey there, Nat. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Yeah, and I think from here, I wanted to double down to here. I think this was a battle talus. this mountain range. And the Wind Temple was the first one that I ended up visiting in this game. And honestly, it was so cool to actually climb that mountain and then realize that it just kept going up into the sky. It was a lot of fun. And of course, getting into this canyon and into that little hidden area behind the temple that told us where all the geoglyphs were, and which order to visit them in if we wanted to go chronologically. Oh, I'm also a little bit off course here. Let's recharge before I go over the canyon. I'd rather not drop all the way to the bottom of it. Marito Village in the background. I haven't actually seen any dragons yet. Sometimes when you're actively looking for them, they just disappear completely, and then when you're not looking for them at all, they're just everywhere. It's weird how that works. Alright, you lot. We're back. 2 and 3. That should wake the big guy up. If not, we're about to wake him up in a very different way. Just a common one. It's okay. The battle tells were a real treat. I think the first time I saw them, it was just a, wait, what? I love these things. They're one of my favorite twists on an older enemy type going into this game. They're a lot of fun, and some of them can be very dangerous too, especially if you don't get the drop on them and they spot you before you get in on them, or if you're not coming in from above at all. They can be pretty dangerous. Okay, next stop is going to be, I think, this. Hey there, Rodrigo. Welcome back. I'm doing pretty well, thanks. I hope you're doing... yeah, hope you're having a good day too. I've sort of been looking forward to today, and I won't say dreading, but kind of, in a way, it's one of those things where I really look forward to being able to say I can finish this game. But also, I don't know if I'm actually ready for it to be over. It's going to feel really weird to look at next weekend and think, I'm not going to be streaming Tears of the Kingdom this week. We're going to be done with it. It's okay. We'll be moving on to a new game at some point soon, and... well, at some point soon. There is going to be a Thousand Year Door stream coming up in a few weeks when that game comes out. It's just a matter of figuring out what I'm going to do to pass the time until then. Well, I'm glad you spotted it, and thanks for stopping by. Ooh, who's that? Oh, it's Zelda. We're not going to stop by and hop on yet. I would like to do that before the end. Oh, we're about to run out of battery. Oops. A bit of a rougher landing than I would have liked. Sorry, little guy. Oh, well, I guess we're making an unplanned monster hunt. Not actually intended at all here, but you know what? Sure. I could definitely use a little bit more practice. And that's a good way to wait for the battery to recharge anyway. Okay. This Korok is not being traumatized. Any claims to the contrary are false. This Korok is having a wonderful time. A grand adventure. And I'm not sure about Final Fantasy IX, Troopers, but I am very much looking forward to getting my hands on the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And there's our Frost Talus. Alright, big guy. Oh, didn't get off in time, unfortunate. Oh, not what I expected you to do. It's fine. It gives me a little bit of an opening to finish you off. I'm not entirely sure why I'm picking all of these up. I really don't need them at this point, but you can never have too much stuff. Let me remark this. Alright, so next stop is going to be a Molduga. And also going to keep my fingers crossed that we find a blood moon tonight. Not sure we will, but we'll see. Oh, the Korok is here for... is here for the experience. If I'm going to do a boss rush to close out the game, I figure I may as well have an audience. And he's a very willing audience. Can't you tell? He's so excited. He's very happy to be here. There's nowhere he would rather be. Certainly not joining up with his friends sooner than any time in the immediate future. Oh, there was... oh. It was a much easier battle Talus to go get. That's okay. We already did one of those. Also, hey there, Hyde. Welcome back. You'd have a good point there, Nat. I mean, outside of occasionally running out of fuel, he does pilot these flying machines pretty well. Oops, speaking of running out of fuel. That's okay. It was a completely planned landing. Well, you leave my passenger alone. I'm the only one allowed to traumatize him. Ah, not a blood moon. I may want to stop at this King Leok then. The alternative is praying that we get a blood moon on the way over here, which feels unlikely. So we'll go slightly out of order, and I'll do the the Fire and Thunder Gleoks afterwards. Oh. I'm in the wrong place here. This was another really cool area to explore. The whole Gibdo theme was unexpected for me, and really, really cool. Horrifying, but cool, in retrospect. And working through the desert in the middle of that sandstorm to solve the puzzle and get this temple raised out of the sand was a really fun time. Okay, now this one may be a little tricky to handle without Korok getting eaten. Moldugas. Alright, where are my bomb flowers? Oh dear. Not quite how I meant that to go. But you know what? It's okay. We got him out of the air, into the air. That should be all we really need to do. That and keep him away from the Korok. I love bomb flowers. They are extremely useful. And down you go. That's another boss I had a much harder time handling the first time I ran into one. That's a pretty decent halberd. We can replace it with Goblin Arm. Also a very nice broadsword. I have a stick that we can drop. Honestly though, it's a really good stick. You know what, I'm gonna keep the stick. Between the two, I'd rather keep the stick. I'm a big fan of durability. Alright, you. I guess he didn't really have the best vantage point there, he was sort of upside down. Sorry about that. I was trying to make sure you weren't getting eaten. Okay. So my original plan was to head over here, and then down through here. You know what, let's do that anyway, and then I can loop back to the desert and do the King Leok. I'd like to cap out with the King Leok instead of downgrading as we go. So, next stop, Gloom Hands. This region really is one of my favorites. It's dangerous to explore, especially on foot, but it's a cool place to run around in. And part of the fun of it is that danger, and making sure that you're prepared for it. And now we come to the location of lizard hunting. Many lizards died here. Being fair to myself, the only reason so many of them died is because they refused to drop tails. They were very stubborn about this. I was more stubborn, but they were being very stubborn. Ooh. New Game Plus is fun. Which one are you doing? I think 2 or 3, right? I don't remember if one has... Oh no, one does have a New Game Plus. Oh shoot. That's right. Electric. Okay. Enough of these silly bats. Ooh, yeah, I am. Xenoblade 3 is so good. It's one of those games that's just such a delight. I wasn't planning to, Ungon, but we could swap it in and see if he actually comments on it at all. I'm mostly planning to fight Ganondorf with the current equipment set. This Korok's like, we're literally on the other side of the world from where I wanted to go. Why? Why are you dragging me around to all of these dangerous places? I'm over here like, you deserve it. You deserve a wonderful adventure that you can tell your friend all about. And this is not in any way vindication for how many random places all of your friends have been hiding in. Maybe retribution would be a better word there. Alright, Ganondorf, where are you? There you are. You're not looking the right direction, little guy. Oh, it's too late. I'll pretend he's looking in the right direction. It does. I'm actually planning to do that when we get to the King Leok. First, though, we've got a stubborn person to deal with over here. Ah, shoot. Ooh, favorite part of this game is kind of hard, really. Just because it's been such a long game and there have been so many things that I've really enjoyed. Let me think about that one. Let's see. So I think what I'll probably do is just list off different things that I've really enjoyed and maybe pick one out of that. Just going through this plateau area. It's a pretty easy one. One of the things I've really enjoyed about this game is going through these areas that I explored pretty thoroughly back in Breath of the Wild, and just seeing how different they end up being, while still being familiar. The plateau it's still got all of the same terrain and a lot of the same, like, forest areas and all of that, but the shrines are missing. And the Yiga clan has moved in. It's really cool to sort of see all of these areas change in between the games. I wouldn't say torturing Koroks is my favorite part. I am amused by strapping them to rockets and seeing how close I can get them to their destination, yes. But, for the most part, it's not what I would say my favorite part of the game is. I did really enjoy the story, too, in this game. I think it did a great job of just giving Zelda a bit more to her story, especially considering that we barely saw any of her in Tears of the King in Breath of the Wild. There were the flashbacks, but you only got so much out of that. And it was really cool to see her actually getting to do something of her own. Oh, that's lasers. Okay. Silly thing. Okay. You're going to be like that. We're going to shoot your heads from here. Down you go. Yeah, let's go ahead and break weapons as much as I can. Get these durability resets going. Oh, and while you're down, let me get this a little bit closer. I want to make sure this guy doesn't disappear on me. I'll absolutely build my Christmas tree. That one I'm not so sure about. Oh, my flying machine disappeared. That's unfortunate. Maybe I put it too close to him. I know that Lynels and Gleeoks can destroy constructs when they're too close. But I didn't think I'd gotten it quite that close. Yes, the Korok is still here, thankfully. I don't have to go retrieve him. Get back down here. Go. Another Gleeok down. Excellent. And yes, the Korok is still here. An entirely willing and enthusiastic spectator. Oh, oops. Wrong button there. Alright. So next stop should actually be in the sky. Let's head up to the Thunderhead Isles. And I'm actually going to adjust my equipment set for a moment because getting up there is going to be a little bit battery heavy. See, I don't think I would ever go quite that far, Nagon. Although, I will say that it should be pretty easy to do. You just get a couple of stakes, put the Korok in between two rotating wheels, and turn it on. I'm not sure I like how quickly I came up with the exact construction I would need to pull that off. It's Oi. Oh. Also going to need to replace this helmet, otherwise we are going to get zapped out of the air. The Korok will be fine. He's definitely lightning-proof. See? He's fine. I mean, Link's diet is very dependent on how you decide to play the game. A lot of the things I've made for him are actually pretty vegetarian. Oh, I'm still tracking it. I mean, look, he's fine. He is in exactly as much distress as he was before he got struck by lightning. I appreciate that the lightning bolt actually messes with the flying machine a little bit. It's fun. Oh, come on, that didn't stun you? Fine. The hard way it is. Oh, missed. Gotcha. Come here. Oh, shoot. I got right in the way. It's okay. This Korok's over here like, where have you taken me? Excellent. That went pretty well, I think. Oh, and this is an excellent fusion material, too. Let me go ahead and stick it on this. Alright, little guy. We're leaving the thunderstorm. I'm sure you're very happy about this. Oh, oh, oh dear. Well, that's not quite what I meant to do. You better not disappear on me, little guy. I am chasing you as quickly as I can. There we go. Good. He is perfectly fine. Completely unharmed by a bit longer of a drop than I meant to give him. Okay, let's go back to our usual. It's funny, one of the few complaints I had about Unicorn Overlord is pretty similar to one of the few complaints I have about this game, where I would love, or would have loved, rather, to see an option for... oh, he's already spotted me. To switch out your equipment sets a little more easily. There you are. There it is. Yep, Korok's still over there. Good. Oh, 2 shots for that one. Nice. Just trying to figure out which weapon to go through next. Oh shoot, he knocked me back. That means I might have to go up into the sky after him. Oh, nope, got him. You know, that isn't something I've ever tried, shooters. Yeah, okay. I guess Unicon confirms that, but I was going to say I imagine they don't. The dragons are just a little too big for those to work. Alright. So that is nearly the end of this little boss rush. Or this part of the boss rush, rather. The overworld half of it. So I am going to need to go back here. We didn't get a blood moon. So this is going to be our next stop. And then from there, we just head all the way back across the world to take on a Hinox and then deliver this guy to his buddy. Let's go ahead and equip this set again just to smooth this out a little bit. Oh, and going back to your earlier question, Troopers, yeah, the 4-fan hoverbike does go a lot faster, but more importantly, it's a lot more stable when you're carrying a Korok. You probably remember me complaining at some point about how heavy these Koroks are and how it just forces the hoverbike completely off course if you're just using 2 fans. If you add a couple of extra fans like this, it carries them very, very cleanly, which I appreciate. It's really nice. Honestly, I'm a bit annoyed with myself for killing that one Gleeok and not considering that I would need a blood moon for it to reset. But it's okay. A little bit of doubling back isn't going to be too big of a deal. We're already almost through this half of the boss rush, and there's plenty of room left in the night. Kind of going back to your earlier question too, Nagon, I think another thing that I really do appreciate about Tears of the Kingdom, especially looking back to Breath of the Wild, is how much more of the map feels used in general. In Tears, or in Breath of the Wild, rather, there were pretty large sections of the map that were just sort of open wild areas with nothing particularly important to them. But they would be popular hangouts for Lynels or other critters, Koroks, of course. In Tears of the Kingdom, there are a lot fewer of those areas that you can just look at and say, yeah, there really wasn't too much going on there. Like even down here in the Faron region, you have the entire Thunderhead Isle and the lead up to the Spirit Temple going on. I do appreciate how much more the map does feel occupied than it used to. Still not perfect. There are a lot of areas that don't really have too much going on. A lot like Breath of the Wild, but they do a much better job of it. Okay. We'll come in for a landing over here, recharge the battery, and then head on up. Not there, but over in that direction, to say hello to the King Leok. Should probably check on the state of my food, too. Yeah, this isn't terrible. Let's go ahead and use some of these. And just top up a little bit. That does sound like a really fun challenge. Just an autopilot mech that can kill a Lynel on its own, and then you strap the Korok to it. I don't think it works, though. Lynels and most of the major mini-bosses have ways to just break a Zonai construct. Lynels, anytime they roar, it breaks any construct that's nearby. So, I'm not sure it's possible, but it would be really funny to pull off. Ooh. I might need to use a charge to actually make it all the way over there. I don't think we're going to make it from here. Oh, okay. Well, this has been a glitch-free run, so I won't be pulling that off. Planning to keep it that way. It's definitely made things take longer, especially for farming all of the materials to upgrade the equipment. But it does feel satisfying to know that I am going to have 100%ed the game. With no glitches, and no guides either. Alright. Trying to wait till the last possible second. That does sound like fun. trying to figure out what it would look like. I did take that photo of Link riding on Zelda to hang up in the house, and I'm still really happy I got that. This Korok's like, why are we all the way out here? That would be a fun one. I wonder if you can actually get Zelnai stuff to stay attached to her. I feel like the dragons, a lot like Lynels and Gleeoks, might have just a thing that stops you from putting things on them. Alright. This one, I did get pretty lucky with how I handled the other one when I was testing this last week, but I do want to make sure that this guy isn't getting shot with dragon lasers over here. Shoot. That was not ideal. Yeah, the bow breaking in the middle of that, not what I was hoping for. Alright, you. Oh, you still have one alive. Not anymore. Let me move this. Oh, well. Okay, I guess we'll have to rebuild that. Oh, shoot. This Korok is having a wonderful time. I don't know if you see where he is right now. He's right under the Gleeok's wing. I'm sure he's having the best of times. The absolute best. Oh, so that wind does blow him around. Oh, I'm so glad he didn't get blown off the platform. Oh, I am out of weapons that I want to be using here. Okay. Time for a little bit of, quick fusion. I should have attached one of those Talus hearts to the Master Sword. But you know what, that's okay. Let's go ahead and give it something I don't care too much about. Alright, where's my Gleeok? There you are. Link, need to be a little bit closer there. Alright, I'm just going to back up and shoot him down again. And down you go. I didn't quite feed the Korok to the Gleeok, troopers. That's not entirely true. The Gleeok did land on top of the Korok at one point, but I don't count that as feeding. You're having a wonderful time, aren't you? The grandest adventure. Here. Let's see. Oh, I need to turn around. Reorient myself. Now, I'm going to drop you over here, little guy, and you're going to point me at wherever your friend is. Alright. Tell me where your friend is. My friend is sending up a smoke signal. Where from? Ah, you know, that would have been a good idea, troopers. Oh. You know, that isn't something I've checked, Sign. I know I've gotten a lot of them just going through the game. I don't know how complete the recipe book is. Actually, not even sure how to check. Ah, here it is. Oh, yeah, we're only about halfway through. So I guess that's one thing I could add to a 100% list, is go after all the rest of the recipes. I don't think I'm going to worry about it, though. Unless there's actually a fabric I've missed for that, I'm not going to worry about it. If there is, though, let me know, because I'd really like to go pick those up. I'm not sure I'd be able to do it without looking them up and sort of cheating myself out of doing everything without a guide. Not tonight, but would still like to do it. To answer your earlier question, though, not too much. It's mostly just been touring around Hyrule with this enthusiastic Korok in tow. As we boss rush our way through the surface, on our way down to the underground. Sadly, I cannot take the Korok underground. We did test this last time. But I can at least take him for a tour of the surface bosses. Gotcha. Okay. So no actual reward for it. Technically, there's not really a genuine reward for the Koroks, either. Probably. I'm pretty sure it's just a trophy. But it's still a trophy. Oh, right. You know, I think I remember you mentioning that. Is it once per in-game day? Jeez, sign. Sorry, troopers, rather. Ah. And this is where we find the less popular, or I say less populated balloon, the balloon remaining after we helped. I think it was Colton, right? Was it Colton or Kilton? Whichever one of the brothers it was who was trying to turn into a... shoot. Whatever those things are. And he got turned into a Bloopy instead. I don't think I've ever shot a Bloopy since we did that. It's one of those, well, I wouldn't feel right about it. Gotcha. Probably not. I know a lot of things in game function on a different clock. Like the harvest over in Ateno Village doesn't just grow if you sleep at the inn a few times. Satori, right. It has been a while since I thought about the Satori. Ooh, a Lionel. You know what? Come with you. I have not fought a Lionel with you in tow, and I feel like doing that, even though I'm planning to hit the Lionel Coliseum underground as well. This will be an excellent... I wonder if I can get it with... here. Oh dear. No, that... There we go, much better. Oh wait, no, I'm in the way of the Korok. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, we got a picture. Wasn't necessarily the best one. Alright, you. I know, it was in the background. What I should probably try and do is just stun him. Let's see. Ah. Yeah, missed. There we go. Okay. The grass is kind of in the way here. This is a much more ridiculous picture, I love it. Oh shoot, he hit the core. Are you? No. No, you're not allowed to get out that easily, little guy. Look at me. Thank you. Now, come here. Back over here. Oh, no. It's fireball time. Come on. There we go. Now where's the Korok? Oh no, that's... we're not posing. Come on, Link. No, he needs to be a little closer. There we go. Much better. I think that is the ultimate picture. Oh, but the Lionel's face isn't in it. Neither is the Korok. But I think it's good. I think it's good. did my Korok go? Oh, there he is. Korok is like, run! It's okay. There's a full version of the picture. Oh, shoot, right, I have the bow out. We do have the full version of the picture. If I go over here, this is the picture I would use. Yeah, when you actually go and pull up the full picture, it's right there. And I think this is fine. Alright, you. We have abused the Korok long enough. Oh, I don't have anything fused that I want to use here. Oh. That's awkward. I guess I can use this one. I'm not going to be using Sneak Strikes tonight. So, it's either that one or the one with Link on Zelda's head. I'm honestly not sure which one would be better. This one is definitely worth framing, but also, the one with Link and Zelda feels right. So I kind of want to do that again, but with a silver Lionel. The problem is that I've taken all of the markers off the map, so I don't know where to go and find silver Lionels. Sadly, I don't think so. I think the stables, you have to take a picture of what they wanted, so you can't just go and hang more pictures randomly. It's okay. I will be satisfied with the picture I got. And what I'll probably do is, right before we actually reunite the Korok with his buddy, I'm gonna save the game. And just create a manual save, so that, if I want, I can go back, pick this Korok up, and take pictures with various bosses. Speaking of, let me make sure I edit this and make sure I'm going in the right direction. Ooh, you know, that's a good point. You probably can. And I have more than enough rupees to afford that kind of an expansion. In spite of the Great Fairy's best efforts. We are technically at, like, 99.9% Boriseth. I am currently escorting the final Korok on a boss rush tour of Hyrule's surface. And we're almost done with that. We're on our way to hit a Hinox, which I believe is the only thing I haven't punched yet. On the surface, at least. And once we do that, we are going to reunite him with his buddy, and go collect our reward from Hestu. Currently no sign. The house is maxed out at the moment, so I'd have to do a lot of restructuring to make it fit. I think this was the first Battle Talus that I ever ran into. I think. Maybe no, it might have been the one on the other side, on the way to Rito Village. I just remember one wandering on the other side of a bridge that I crossed, being the first one I ran into, and yeah, it was a fun time. Honestly, this entire game, your series of first experiences are just a non-stop highlight reel of great times. It's like the first time you run into a Battle Talus or a Gleeok, or, well, basically anything that's new if you've played Breath of the Wild. Or if you haven't played Breath of the Wild, then the entire game is fresh, start to finish. And all of those are just, it's those smaller, really cool experiences that just add up so nicely. Into a really genuinely memorable journey. I could do that, Travers, but I would need more pictures and haven't been taking them, so that would be something to do with that save file that I mentioned. I'm definitely going to create one because I love that idea, and it would be a lot of fun to do. Of course, that might not be a house that Link would want to invite Zelda into because she might end up having questions. Along the lines of, why would you do this to a Korok? Granted, Link would have a very reasonable answer to that and say, there are 1,000 of them, and they hide in all of the most ridiculously remote locations in Hyrule, and expect me to go find them. Hey there, Bergs. Welcome back. The Gleeok in the sky up here. Well, she can't fit now, but she can after the game is done. And besides, I don't think she would really be able to care one way or another whether or not she could fit into the house right now. It's only once she's back to normal that she would be asking questions about why there are pictures of a Korok next to dangerous creatures hanging all over the walls. You know, you could probably make that argument after the first game too, Subspace. I mean, she was in Hyrule Castle for something like 100 years, right? Locking Ganondorf down? Or Calamity Ganon, rather. This time she at least has the excuse of, I was a giant mythical dragon for countless years. I kinda like the thumbnail I have already. But yeah, that would be a very fun thumbnail. This Korok's like, oh, finally, we're going in the right direction. I can finally see the smoke signal again. Link's like, yeah, but we have one more stop to make. Korok is like, no, not again. Oh, also, before I do this, let me make sure I actually... Oops, no, not drop. Fuse. Let me make sure I actually get some fused weapons to play with. Let's go with a Moblin and a Bokoblin. Oops. Just one of each. Hey you, wake up. I need you to terrorize a Korok for me. I mean, give him a memorable experience. Also, we shouldn't be doing too many long-distance flights anymore. Oh, is he getting the tree? Yeah. This Korok is like, please tell me that's the last one. Oh, and there's a blood moon. Which means all of the bosses are coming back. Let's see. Oh, that's a basic Lionel bow? Ew. We don't need that. Oh no, Koroks don't disappear during a blood moon. They stick around through a lot, honestly. I think the most significant thing that they disappear for is when you go underground. There's my friend! He's so relieved. Gonna wait for the blood moon to time out and make sure all the enemies respawn before I save. Oh, and while I wait, let me go ahead and fuse a couple more weapons. So I did pick up some really cool weapons in the underground last time, and I would like to start dipping into my stash of Lionel horns for these. Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. And for the Master Sword, I'd like to avoid using it for the rest of tonight until we get to the end. So there is one specific material that I would like to use for this. I'm pretty sure the horns are the strongest part, right? Yeah, they are. Alright, Ganondorf, stop stalling. Finish the blood moon. Yeah, this Korok's like, dude, you have had it lucky. You have not been dragged all across Hyrule and forced to be right in the thick of horrible monster fights. Alright. So, we're going to do a manual save here. And now we hand this in. Korok seed times 2. And that should be 100% of Koroks. Oh, it even lets you know. It says you've gathered all the Korok seeds. You should tell Hestu. Oh, and while I'm here, I'm going to just grab a random device. Let's see. The problem is that I think it doesn't... I'd like to save this flying machine without the Korok on it, so I think I need to, sadly, just build it from scratch again, if I want to do that. We'll do without for now. Let's go find Hestu. Oh, is that Zelda? No, it's, Oh no, it is Zelda! Hey, perfect! Okay, before I go visit Hestu, we're going to go say hello to Zelda. And reassure her that yes, we are in fact staying on target for once, and we are going to go fight Ganondorf by the end of tonight. Death Mountain was a fun area, too. I didn't really talk about it as much while you were flying by, but it was cool. Getting up to the top and realizing that the crater had turned into a chasm that leads you almost directly down to the Fire Temple, which in itself was just a giant reference to the entire Ocarina of Time Goron City. Also, yes, Sign, the fan quad does go a little bit faster, but the more important part of it for me was just that it's a lot more stable when you're trying to carry a Korok. It's basically as stable while carrying a Korok as the normal bike is without one, if not more stable. It's actually very, very good. I'm a big fan. It's really nice. And what I have left, really it's just going to be ending in, or going to chat with Hestu, and then doing the underground boss rush. Uh-oh. Zelda, I could use a lift. Where are the winds? Come on. Where's the wind? There's always an updraft around dragons. There we go. It does feel so kind of bittersweet and silly to do this once you know exactly who this dragon is. But still. Might actually update my picture, hang on. I like the sunset background. Alright. But yeah. We're going to handle Ganondorf tonight. Also, take care, Unagon. It's good to have you back again. Okay, so let's see what Hestu gives us. And then we're going to head underground, do the last of the boss rushes, and then make our way to the finale. Well, the finale. The final boss fight of the game. Hey there, Hestu. You collected all of them! Amazing! It's the giant Korok seed. It smells pretty bad. You can watch me dance whenever you... Oh, okay, this is the real reward. I can also share a classic dance. Give me the classic. Oh, you get to pick... Oh, that's great. This is the real reward right here. Okay, I appreciate this at least. This is good. Well, we did it. We've beaten the game. Still got a few things left on our tour, though. So, let's see. It was this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then we'll head to the Lionel Coliseum, tackle that, and head over to Ganondorf. Yep, green is first. This underground area was such a cool place to explore, especially the first time, before you start lighting the areas up and everything is just pitch black. It is such a cool area. Alright. It smells pretty bad. Unobo, let's do this. Marbled Goma does not, in fact, get the exceptional weapon treatment. It's been so long since I fought this thing, I kind of forgot that I needed to release rock for it to blow up and actually do something. Alright, round 2. Oh, right. This was a really cool temple boss. And like, this guy's one of the temple bosses that I really wish he could rematch in his starting area in the Fire Temple. Perfect. But yeah, being able to rematch this guy in the Fire Temple area would be very cool. Just because, as much as I love being able to rematch all the bosses, this one had a room that was just so perfect for playing off of Unibo and just making the entire fight that much more interesting. Just because you could roll Unibo all the way up the walls and over onto the ceiling, it just made the entire thing such a neat encounter. Oh, is my flying machine gone? Yes, it is. The Queen Gibdo is really neat, too. Like, the Gibdo is a scary boss. And a scary boss that also came on top of just a generally creepy vibe to the entire Gerudo storyline. I guess the walls did make it easier, didn't they? I just liked the whole aesthetic and how they played off of Unibo. It was really fun. Speaking of Gibdo, she's up next. These mushrooms. Oh, also, I need to switch out. Unibo, tag out. Let's get Riju in here. Oh, right, because I need this arrow specifically. Oh, shoot. Oh no, missed. And I think she's about to get her armor back. Or Riju's just getting blown away. And now the armor comes back. Silly tornadoes. Right, let's try that again. Alright, you. Come here. Alright, round 2. This, honestly, I think the Queen Gibdo is probably my favorite out of them, just because of how scary this second part gets. Oh, right. Riju, where are you? Ow. Eh. There we go. Oh dear. That's the sand laser. Oh shoot, one of them got in the way. Okay. This is alright. There we go. And part of the problem is that you can't shoot these things directly either. Oh. Taking hits that I should not be. Where's Riju? Oh, she's all the way over there. Riju. Why are you stuck? There we go. She is now unstuck. Is that a sand laser? Yes, it is. There we go. Okay, last mushroom down. Now we just need to clear the field. Let me know when you're ready. There we are. Right. And they are all immune, aren't they? Do I have a lot of shock fruit? There we go. Okay. And your turn. All of your entire army has been shredded, you silly thing. Now we just need to convince you to land. Oh, there you are. Extra tornadoes. Alright, you. And no, troopers, the Gyptos in this fight don't drop anything, unfortunately. Angry moth critter. Oh, shoot. Darn it. Come here, you. Gotcha. I think that's some pretty evasive news at the end. Definitely one of my favorite fights in this game. Not including the final fight, because, well, that just doesn't feel like a fair comparison. Yeah, the targeting probably would have made things easier. I don't think I got to keep my flying machine here, so up we go. Wait a minute, I was planning to just teleport up here and save myself a little bit of Sunlight. Now, if I remember correctly, this one was the most annoying boss fight for me. And the silly Octorok. Alright, Riju. Thank you for the help. Let's get Sidon out here. And before I get this started, I'm going to make this fight a little bit easier for myself. Hello there, you. I have everything I need to make you less of a nuisance. Less of a nuisance. Still going to be a nuisance, but not quite as much of one. Alright, let me get my helper back. That's not quite right. I'm going to have to fix this while he's busy just jumping around. There we go. That will do. Alright, come here, you. This part of the fight is just so obnoxious. Alright, you. Seriously, the distance this thing can jump is just ridiculous. And the amount of gunk it sprays everywhere while it's jumping is just, it's like, yeah, this entire stage of the fight is so annoying. Where is it? There he is. Alright, you. Time to die. Okay. Most annoying boss down. I'll go from second favorite boss fight. Well, I say second, it's probably a very close tie with the one we're about to fight next. They really did, didn't they? It is very much a Splatoon boss. Okay. And then from here, we just fly over the cliff and head to my tie for second favorite boss of the game. I will call it a tie. I don't think that the next fight is quite as scary as as the Queen Gibdo gets. But for just pure atmospheric awesomeness, this fight is very hard to top. Oh, and while I'm on the way, let's grab Tulin. What do you mean I can't summon Tulin here? We're in the air. He'll show up. But yeah, this is, again, this one and Queen Gibdo are probably my two favorites. Second place, of course, to Ganondorf himself, who's just... The Ganondorf fight in this game is probably... I think it's my favorite in the series. Which is actually a lot harder for me to say than it sounds, because I really love the Twilight Princess Ganondorf fight, and the Demise fight in Skyward Sword is another just fantastic boss fight. Along with all of the... But of course Demise and Girahim aren't really Ganondorf, so they probably don't count in that category. Alright, big guy. It's been a while since I've poked you. This fight does also have a fantastic boss theme. Yeah, like, if this is your first boss of the game, you've got such a fantastic starting experience. You don't need him, but he's very helpful, especially once you get to the second part of this fight. He's also a great panic button for when you figure out that Golgara's coming up from below you and trying to eat you. It's just the, oh no, I do not want to be where I'm floating right now. But yeah, right here is where Tulin starts being really helpful, because those tornadoes are sometimes tricky to actually get through, and then you need that speed boost to actually get to where you need to be to dive down and break those sections of its body. so I can go ahead and equip this. Oh, we got an easy set of whirlwinds there. 2 of them, nice. Oh. Actually got hit on the way down. That's pretty rare. Oh dear. Oh, and he's all... okay. Oh, and I need you to recharge as quickly as you can. Gotcha. Oh, can you? Interesting. It's funny, I never tried that. Excellent. Alright. That is just about the end of this boss rush. We've got one more stop on our journey here. Let's go punch some Lionels. I do love that these Colosseums reset and let you go through them multiple times. Oh, not the weapon I want to be using here. For the shield, thinking about it. Hang on. Alright, you. Right. Koga and the Minoru boss fight are I think the only 2 bosses that you can't rematch. And I'm really sad that you can't, because I would love to fight them both again. Oh, way too early there. Gotcha. Ah, missed. Where's his health bar? Yeah, pretty sure he's dead. Alright. moving on up. Yeah, the mech ring match. It was really sad that none of the boss arenas in the underground had that as their feature. Would have been really cool. Oh, missed. Oh shoot, that was the wrong direction to dodge in. Gotcha. Whoops. Not quite the right timing there. And in we go again. Oh, that was a single big hit. Oh, yeah. Should have kept moving at that point. It is. Sadly, I think most of the weapons here don't have any bonuses attached to them. Actually, I don't think any of them do. Oh! I did not think I was in range of that. I really thought I was far out of range of that. Okay. Good to know. Ooh, got him that time. Excellent. Okay, on to the next one. Probably going to go into these two, but I'd like to get through one more weapon first. That's okay, Nat. As always, you can always check out the rest of the stream later, if you'd like to. I never take those down. It's good to have you back. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you have a good night. down you go. Okay. Now we move on to these two. Because now we're tackling some silver Lynels. And it's well worth it to use them. There we go. Gotcha. Yeah, this thing really chunks through that health bar. Wasn't sure how quickly it would go, but... Time for a new shield. This might be enough to finish you off. Down you go. And now for the... Oh wait. This one has armor and a giant spiky club. You missed me. Try again, big guy. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't be goading a silver Lynel. Feels like there's potential for disaster. Oh shoot. Did I seriously miss another dodge? Ugh. I do need to concentrate here. Like I said, dismissing a silver Lynel is not the best of ideas. They are pretty dangerous. Ah, missed. Especially if I'm being silly about it. Okay, come on. Let's focus a little bit. Gotcha. Too early there. There we go. Time to die. Down you go. There should be a shield in here somewhere, right? Maybe. Oh, that's a mighty. Don't need mighty. Savage is the one I'm looking for. I guess there isn't a shield. It's unfortunate. I already picked it up, that's why. Alright. So that's almost the end of our boss rush. I'm going to go ahead and head up topside. We're going to stop by the house and get back to full health. Possibly cook a little bit of food before I go after Ganondorf. It's been a while since I fought him, and I remember that fight being a little bit on the scary side. I think I had the Falcon Bow for... Actually, I'm not sure. It's such a glorious 1000, isn't it? It's one of those things that you can look at and say, ha, I did it. I finally did it. Yeah, I really like the customizations you can do with your house in this game. It's just really cool. I personally really like having all the weapon and bow displays. I would love to have more room for a shield one, but there aren't any of these rooms that I want to give up. Makes it a little tricky. Where are my Sundelions? There they are. Here we go. Sunny steamed meat. With that extra golden apple to guarantee the critical success. Oh, you know, I wonder if there's a slightly different variation we could do with this. I feel like this should work. Sunny meat-stuffed pumpkin. Okay, that kind of sounds delicious. And let's add one more Sundelion to it. Get a little bit of extra punch in that meal. And try a variation with an extra pumpkin. Pretty good. Let's try adding something else to it. Let's put some cheese in there. I'm sure this works out well. Oh, still just a meat-stuffed pumpkin. Fair enough. Okay, so it's just the same. Pretty sure that should be enough. I feel like this room would be the one to replace, if any, for another picture. You know, I might do that. As thematically fitting as it is to have a goddess statue in here, I don't really need it anymore since we've gotten maxed out. Let's go ahead and do that. I want to hang that picture of a Korok. It's done and done. I do need something. I need more rooms. And do I have any other picture rooms? There it is. So I don't have any extras. Fair enough. Oh, come on. Yes, hold on to it. Oh, sadly I'm going to have to start dismantling before I do anything else. Okay. Yeah, this one I do not need. So, give me that room I just bought. I did. What? Oh, do I have to finish first? It's been a while. I think I do have to finish this before. You're good to go. So weird. I thought it was easier to adjust this, but it's been a while. The age of... This is the age of Koroks, indeed. I mean, they've kind of infested every corner of Hyrule, haven't they? Alright, give me that inspection, please. And I want to hang another picture. No, maybe I have to just check the picture frame, which would make sense. And that way you put the right picture in the right place. I do, in fact, have an excellent picture I would like you to put up here. This one. This one right here. I agree, Grant. This is a masterpiece. Isn't it glorious? This is such a great picture. I do like this picture a lot. It's an excellent catch. You know, I kind of like this one. I do like the sunset, but this one's better without the islands and the sky behind it. Okay. Well, with that done, it's time to start winding up for our showdown with Ganondorf. One last showdown. And on the way there, I did want to go and rewatch these again. It's been a while, and I'd really like to just refresh on the story before we go fight Ganondorf. So, let's get started.
It is good to see you, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and Link, Keeper of the Master Sword. Your blade has been fully restored. Go on then, Link. Draw it once more.
And nothing bad will ever happen to it again.
Great Deku Tree! Thank you so much.
Ha ha ha. There is no need for thanks. I merely watched over its renewal.
It is amazing that a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes. The potential of this fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
A sword that grows ever stronger. The Master Sword.
Oh, Zelda. And when she's learning this and thinking about it, it's like, oh, that's such a cool sword, isn't it? There's no way we'd ever really find a way to put this knowledge into action.
What is that?
What, right? And this, the entire time down here is like, Zelda, we need to turn around. This is not where we need to be. We need to get out of here.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword. A Link. Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Zelda asking a very important question here. The answer to that question is, of course, time travel shenanigans. The arm isn't quite as dead as it looked. And thankfully Zelda's recent discovery has also saved her life. And meanwhile, the entire research team over here going, wait, what is going on with the castle? Ah. It was a while before I found this memory, if I remember correctly. Honestly, a really gentle ending considering where exactly she got teleported out of.
What? Oh dear.
Yeah, definitely can subspace.
Where am I? We didn't mean to startle you.
Where am I? Who are you?
Sorry. It's okay. My name is Sonia.
And could we ask what your name is?
I am the daughter of King Rome of Hyrule, Zelda.
What an unexpected answer. We are the king and queen who founded Hyrule, after all. Or at least we were the last time I checked.
You two founded Hyrule? And you're the king?
My name is Rauru, King Rauru of Hyrule.
King Rauru? And Queen Sonia?
Zelda like, wait, I shouldn't have been asking where am I? That was the wrong word. I should have been asking when. Or Zelda. Hyrule does have an unfortunate habit of jumping directly from one crisis into another.
As I thought. This is not the world I know. A time so far back in the past, it's become legend. So it's true. This is really the era of Hyrule's founding?
Your presence here is just as strange to us, Zelda. But if you, like Sonia, have a secret stone and are able to manipulate time, then your story makes sense.
Oh? I believed her right away. You needed the secret stone as proof, Rauru? I can feel your light power within her, as well as my time power. Additionally, I sense that we share a blood connection.
I see. In any case, Zelda, you had said that you needed to return to your era as soon as you possibly could.
Yes. In my time, something terrible is happening. I need to get back there. But how do I do that? I don't even know how I got here in the first place.
Sonia like, she needs
Zelda,
hug.
dear. You don't need to solve your problems all at once. Why not come back with us to the castle, hmm?
No,
She's currently stressing very
We'll
hard.
tell everyone that you're a distant relative of ours. It is true, after all. We'll get you fresh clothes, too. I'm sure an answer will come to you. Wisdom takes time.
Oh, Sonia, you have
I
no
don't know
idea.
what to say.
I wonder. Minoru, she may have some idea of how to get you back to your era.
Minoru, you said?
Yes. She knows far more than anyone about our people. And like us, My older sister has a secret stone. We'll call on her.
Wisdom takes time, she says. uh,
It is
who knows
quite
how
an
many countless
interesting
years in the
device.
past she has right now.
This is definitely not from this era. That said, I believe there may be a way to get the travel functionality working here. I'd like to tinker with it a bit. Would it be okay if I borrow it?
Yes, whatever you need. I really appreciate your help.
Then I'll hold on to it.
I may also use this as a way to send
So
my
you
soul
really
many,
believe my
many
story?
eons into the
That
future.
I came from the future.
I never doubted you for a moment.
Minoru, do you know of a way we could help to return Zelda back to her time?
For
I
also
suspect it was the
tactfully
power of
changing
your
the
secret stone
topic.
that allowed you to travel through time. To put it simply, secret stones amplify the power their owners possess. I am able to separate my spirit from my body. Rauru can repel or destroy evil with his power of light. And Sonia, she can control time. As for you, I can sense both light and time powers. But your secret stone seems to amplify your time power.
Time power.
Ultimately, the secret stone only amplifies your power. It doesn't suddenly grant you mastery and control. That's still up to you. That means, if you don't already know how to get yourself home...
Time to practice.
There are stories about the secret stones and a forbidden act called draconification.
Also, let's just bring this
To
up out
swallow
of
a
nowhere.
secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Interesting. Another way to reach the future, though not a very quick one. So you think these stories could hint at a solution to our dilemma?
Yes. But there is still more to those tales. To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself. That is why it is forbidden. I thought maybe this could lead to a solution, some way to transcend time. But if you have to sacrifice your heart and mind, sacrifice what makes you you. I'm sorry. I wish I could help more.
I love that they thread the dragon theme in there as she's talking
Where
about
we
it.
started. There's still hope. I think the answer to this problem lies in study and learning more about the nature of your power. I'm sure Sonia would be happy to help you.
Okay.
Honestly, yeah, they're very similar, aren't they? And then our introduction to Ganondorf, indirectly. Well, and again, I guess.
Hyrule will bow down before me.
Unleash the Moldugas.
Molduga are approaching our position!
It's more than we thought! It's a swarm!
There are so many of them. But why would they...
I actually love that they did that sign. It's a really cool tweak to the usual design, and it gives a little bit of extra meaning to what everything he has going on is.
That blast wiped out all the Molduga!
How is that possible?
So brute force will not be enough.
It's also a neat development where when you realize that he doesn't have that at this point in these flashbacks.
Stone of the Zonai. How interesting.
How interesting. And then this whole cutscene is just such fantastic little callback to Ocarina of Time.
Allow me to offer you my deepest apologies. On behalf of the Gerudo, for taking so long to accept your repeated invitations. It is our desire to be accepted into the protective embrace of your kingdom. To serve it faithfully.
A welcome appeal, Ganondorf. I will accept your vow of fealty to the kingdom of Hyrule.
Roru should have
I
mentioned,
understand
my
that a
eyes
single
are up
male
here.
is born to the Gerudo every 100 years. Receiving such an appeal from you, a hero to his people and a king by birth, well, it is truly reassuring.
It is my honor. When your Zonai ancestors first descended upon these lands long, long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. And now you rule as king, and have taken a Hyrulean woman as your wife. Your Majesty has certainly risen above your admirable lineage. Most impressive. It is unfortunate that the noble Zonai no longer grace this world with their presence. All except you and your sister, that is.
Even if something were to happen to me, both my kingdom and the peace it brings, these will endure for generations to come.
We'll see
Your
about
actions
that.
today are appreciated, Ganondorf. I look forward to your future endeavors. You may leave.
Your Majesty.
King Roru, I believe that man's heart holds many dark ambitions. Just his name, even that, it gives me pause.
She's like, I don't
well
quite
aware of
recognize
his
him
evil
because he was
nature.
sort of a mummy
For that reason, and others,
when I saw
want
him last.
close. It will be easier to keep an eye on him. There is nothing to worry about.
Okay.
Poor Zelda. Like, I don't think we should be letting him anywhere near us. Or it's like, keep your enemies close, right? Maybe Zelda had the right idea. Rewind.
Are you well? You seem a bit distracted.
I apologize. I keep getting lost in my thoughts, thinking about how I can return home. With your power over time, if I were able to learn that kind of control, I might be one step closer to my era.
I see. The secret is to think of it like drawing out the object's memory. You ask the object where it was, how it arrived where it is now, and then you coax it back to that original moment in time.
The object's memory.
I'm sure it will become almost like second nature, and you will be able to find your way home. But Zelda, there is more on your mind than just that.
Huh?
You, of course, do want to get back to your time. But you also desperately want to help us out in this era. Am I close to the truth?
How did you know?
A mother knows these things.
I do not believe it is possible to keep anything secret from Sonia.
Oh, your concern is very sweet, Zelda. But listen, you can focus your attention on returning home. After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil. Both of these powers will help you protect your own era.
Queen Sonia.
And of course, you must make it home safe to put Link's mind at ease.
Link? That is not a name I have heard.
Or was like,
He
who's
was a
this
royal
boy?
knight. He had been originally appointed for my protection. But later, he became a hero by saving both me and Hyrule from a great evil.
Oh, a hero is he?
He is so very dedicated, and he refuses to back down from any challenge. He is very strong. And his heart is good and true.
Ah, I can see that you have absolute faith in him. Hearing you speak so highly of Link, I find myself wanting to meet him as well.
Roru.
I would also like to meet him. He must be quite the brave, courageous knight. What a picture Zelda paints of him.
Roru and Sonia are both like, This girl is hopelessly in love, and she's not quite willing to admit it. And yes, Link's powers of food consumption are something to behold. Also, yeah, you know, it would make potentially more sense, but I think, like, as we'll see in the rest of these, I think Zelda gets a little bit just out of sorts by disaster after disaster after disaster after
All right,
disaster.
Zelda. We are alone as you requested. What was it you wanted to discuss with me in private?
You are far too trusting.
Eh.
Oh my. I'm surprised to hear you say such a thing. That is quite out of character for the Zelda I know. But then you are a puppet of Ganondorf.
Did you really think we hadn't realized your deceit?
Not a good idea to underestimate Ganondorf.
Your Majesty! Queen Sonia!
Also, that grin. Like, that's the most manic grin. It's impressive and horrifying at the same time. But yeah, like, going back to what you said, Trivers, it's one of those things where I think Zelda was, like, kind of finding a little bit of comfort and stability here after the shock of being thrown millennia out of her time. Especially with the sort of father and mother figure in Maru and Sonia that she'd lost already in her own time. And it's kind of a double up with Sonia, where Sonia's not only the mother that she lost when she was very young, but also a teacher that she never had for how to learn how to use her own abilities. So, like, she's really, getting that here, and then this happens. It's just, it sort of turns into her worst nightmare. Glided in from a sky island. I think realistically, probably just another illusion.
Sonia!
He pulled the Yiga clan and disguised himself as a tree or something.
Finally, it is mine!
The first blood moon.
Sonia!
You were too late, Rauru. You took for granted the godlike power you had in your hands. Do you now see the potential you squandered? As for her, she is merely the first victim of your arrogance. You tried to control me, Rauru, and you will die knowing that you failed. Ganondorf!
Prince Sonia needs you!
Good thing we got that teleportation online. Ganondorf like, ugh, they got away. But on the other hand, I got everything I could have wanted.
Rise, my servants. Sweep over Hyrule with the power I have granted. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. Leave no survivors.
The one horse in the game that we're never allowed to get. Or see after this. Yeah. Although, in a way, I think that the Calamity Ganon as a whole was just a byproduct of the raisin mummy in the
We
basement.
just received word that the last free village in the Gerudo Desert has fallen. At this rate, the Demon King's army will overwhelm us.
I understand. Our only hope is for me to defeat the Demon King.
Rauru. The Demon King. He is not someone you can stop by yourself. But you are not alone. You have the Gerudo, Goron, Zora, and Rito leaders as well as Zelda. And of course, you can count on me.
There's something I'd like to show you all.
Zonai. Sacred stones.
And conveniently, we have exactly 4 of them available.
Stand with me. I need all your aid.
We all
Sages assemble.
swear on our lives to serve Rauru, the King of Light.
I don't remember if he does, troopers. If he does, I don't think it's in one of these cutscenes. Also, a horseback fight in this game, technically we kind of had one with the last part of Calamity Ganon in Breath of the Wild. But it would have been cool. They probably would have needed to add a couple more things to make it work really well. But yeah. Also, going back to what you mentioned about Calamity Ganon and the Raisin Mummy, it's kind of interesting to think that those pillars that they were getting all of the Guardians out of came up from underground. So in theory, all 4 of those pillars came up from the depths, in the region where Ganondorf was imprisoned in the first place, which would, give him a pretty easy direct access point to corrupt them from below, and eventually take control of the Guardians and make them go crazy. It really does fit neatly together, and I like that they managed to do that and make it organic and natural and really fit cleanly into the story of the previous game.
Sonia. Oh, Zelda.
King Rauru, before you face the Demon King tomorrow, there is something I must tell you. I came to this era after finding a man underground.
Go on.
When I witnessed what the Secret Stone did to Ganondorf, at that moment, I knew for sure what we found underground, that was him. He was still alive, still powerful. He continues to live on, all the way until my time. In tomorrow's battle, we won't be able to defeat him. No matter how strong we think we are, he'll survive. And you will.
I'm just like, wait, I recognize that arm all of a sudden.
Maybe so. But it is my duty to try. It was my hubris that set us on this path. I must atone for my error in judgment. And above all else, I remain the King of Hyrule. As with any leader, it is my duty to safeguard and protect my people, even if I must risk my life.
Rauru.
And if it proves impossible for us to defeat Ganondorf, we rely on your knight, and that legendary sword he carries. Our last line of defense will be Link. But remember, that was a future where you never appeared in this world. And you are here now. Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
Poor Zelda's like, I already saw how that worked out for Link once. I'm not so sure about this, Rauru. Also,
I am here.
That is a funny question, Shivers. I think I go with Sephiroth. Rauru has bigger hair, but I think Sephiroth has better hair overall.
Long ago, my people, known as the Zonai, came down from the heavens to the surface of the world. It was said they were descendants of gods. They bore treasures from these same gods, secret stones capable of amplifying the abilities of those who possessed them. Using the knowledge of the Zonai, my younger brother Rauru became a great leader. He met a young woman named Sonia, and they would wed. Rauru gifted Sonia one of the secret stones, Together, they sought to establish their kingdom. This is how the Kingdom of Hyrule, with Rauru and Sonia as its first king and queen, came to be. The future looked bright. However, tragedy suddenly struck. A man of great evil emerged from the desert. The leader of the Gerudo, Ganondorf, killed Queen Sonia and stole her secret stone. Using the secret stone, Ganondorf transformed into the
I
Demon
actually
King.
forgot that there was a summary.
He then created
Memory.
swarms of monsters and attacked. Hyrule rose up to face these threats, but the evil power driving the monsters forward was staggering. The defenders were on the brink of defeat. Rauru then came up with a plan to turn the tide of the war. He entrusted secret stones to warriors with exceptional abilities. They became sages and united in an effort to finally defeat the Demon King. Rauru and the sages outnumbered the Demon King and should have been able to stop him.
However, we underestimated Ganondorf again.
The Demon King's power had grown far beyond anything we could have imagined. I was unable to withstand his strength. Our fight appeared all but lost. And then, Rauru. He committed himself to one final act.
Roar's like you
Pride will be
got
your
distracted.
downfall, Ganondorf. Don't be so smug. I know exactly what it will cost me.
Thousands of years will pass in the blink of an eye. You only delay the inevitable.
You're wrong. Years from now, someone will appear with the sword that seals the darkness. A swordsman with the power to defeat you. Link. Remember this name.
Link. Interesting. I look forward to meeting you.
It's funny, you can actually really see in this one that moment where Roru's like, we can't win, and then kind of remembers what Zelda said, that we can't win, but neither does Ganondorf. And I think there's that moment in there that you can see where it clicks for him and he realizes, we can't defeat him, but there's a way to make this work so that he doesn't win either.
We managed to restrain him somehow. But Link, I am not sure you'll be able to stop him.
And this is that sort of fragment in time that we find at the very beginning of the game. That moment where Zelda finds herself on the other end of this and receiving a present from Link.
Master Sword.
I wasn't entirely sure where the sword went when this happened, and I was thinking, wait,
The Master Sword.
why are we just throwing the Master Sword away?
Telling me
Why is it disappearing on
everything's
us?
safe? You traveled through time to find me and recover your strength.
Ah, I see.
Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
I know why I am here. It's something only I can do. We will finally stop him.
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
I'll be forever changed.
Ah, Zelda.
Link! You must find me.
I think one of the worst parts about this is getting to this point of the memories and thinking we could have found her so early if we just realized. But yeah, like I said before, I think that jumping straight to Dragon is... it's a byproduct of a lot of different things. Like, at this point in time, she's lost her second set of parents, again, is still stuck in eons past with no good way back to her in time and with no teacher to help her try and figure that out. And then this happens and it's like, well, there is that one option, isn't there?
You're saying that sword traveled through time the same way you did?
Yeah, the sword was one of the last
Yes,
ones I found.
But more importantly, in my original time, the
I
Demon
think this one
King
was from the sword.
was vulnerable to even the smallest piece of this sword.
Even someone like him has vulnerabilities. Then, what exactly are you suggesting we do with the sword?
Over time, the Master Sword is able to absorb sacred power. It can heal itself, and even grow stronger.
Curious. If we were able to empower it in that way, it could be the key to defeating the Demon King. But it could take centuries for that sword to grow strong enough. The power the Demon King wields.
Zelda's like, well, it's a
I
good
do
thing
not
I'm
see
so
how
far
this
back
can
in
be done.
time.
It would be impossible for you to provide it with sacred power for so long.
I can think of one way.
You mean?
Yes, I can do it. I have to.
I've told you. That act is forbidden. For a very good reason. It would mean throwing yourself away.
Oh, Minoru!
You won't be able to change back.
The moment I had the sword, I knew what to do. I knew this was why I came to this era. I want to restore the Master Sword and deliver it to Link.
I understand. You really have made up your mind? Very well then. As a Zonai, I bear my share of blame for these events. So I too will devote myself to this goal, and to this hero of yours. For the swordsman Link, I will do everything I can. Even if my body should perish, I will still be with you in spirit.
It's a good thing we have a small piece of technology and robots to keep it in good working condition for however long it takes. Oops.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? A blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes.
After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil.
To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Minoru, I'm counting on you.
It's funny, I didn't actually catch that bit with Minoru's spirit going into the pad until I got to the Spirit Temple area and started figuring out what was going on there. I think I found this memory before then.
Link, I will restore the Master Sword for you. I will care for it until the time comes. I will pour my sacred power into it. It will be the weapon that defeats the Demon King.
This robot is the only witness.
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
You must.
That cutscene hit so hard. Okay, so the robot wasn't the only witness. Those 4 champions were there too, just at a safe distance.
Link. Link. The Master Sword. Your sword. She is the key to destroying the Demon King. He defeated her before, but a long slumber will heal these grievous wounds. And when you two next face the Demon King, you will have my strength to help you through her. Link, you are our final hope. I pray this sword reaches you in the future.
It's good, honestly. It does a really good job, I think, of just putting this entire story in perspective and everything that's going on. Especially when you also have the background of just the story from the first game. It's well told. It is. So, with that emotional wrecking ball in our log, we're going to make tracks for Hyrule Castle and jump down from there into the depths and head down for our showdown with Ganondorf. It is so satisfying to see that 1000. Oh yeah, we've got everything we'll need. I'm not worried about equipment. It's honestly been a while since I have been. Oh, I didn't realize that was there. So I'd like to see, I don't remember if there's a hole in the sanctum. I don't think there is, but if there is, I'd like to jump down from there. Also gives me an excuse to listen to the Hyrule Castle theme again, because this is some excellent prep for that final showdown theme. Uh-oh, oopsie. Well, that was not what I meant to do. Thankfully, we have the tools to fix that. Yeah, I do know there's a route down there, troopers, but I think it's just more atmospheric. to jump down. Oh, there is a hole. Oh, the hole has been filled in, probably by Ganondorf. That's silly mad. Okay. I'm going to just sit and admire the view for just a moment. I need to step away, and we'll be right back to close this out. Alright. So, I guess we're just going to be jumping off the side of the castle instead of through the middle. Which is fine. Yeah, that is exactly what's filling in that hole in the... I hadn't made that connection, but that's the reason there's not a giant hole in the middle of the sanctum, is this giant root that Ganondorf created. I forgot there's an entire battle theme down here that's different from everything else in the game. That's very cool. Ah, that was silly of me. Horriblins. Just sitting there throwing rocks at me. Oh, of course they're up there. Turn to sender. Oh, jeez. I've had enough of the two of you. Oh, why am I using this? Should not be using that until we get to Ganondorf. There's a good chance it breaks. Okay. Now let me remember how we get further in. There's an entrance up there. we're not trying to go up, we're trying to go down. Ah. In order to go down, we must first go up. Oh my, that is a lot of bat. Oh right, and a Silver Lionel fight. Because of course there's a Silver Lionel down here. Oh, yeah, I should have dropped the bow there. Gotcha. It's interesting. I wonder if they keep doing that as long as you keep shooting them. I think they do. Oh. Okay, to a point. Fair enough. Gotcha, finally. Took me a little longer than it should have to do that. Oh, ow. Yeah, did not get my dodge up in time. Thankfully I have plenty of gloom curing food on hand. Way too early. Rude, Lionel. I'm honestly doing a lot worse with those than I usually am. Okay. Definitely going to grab that bow. Oh right, I forgot how weak this gets. With Gloom Hearts taking up all of your availability. Okay, now I came in from up here. I believe this is the way up. Yes, it is. So, we're getting a little low. Time to use some of this food. Oh, shoot. Yep, that was silly of me. Oh, and if you're stuck in gloom, that's even worse. Oh, it's a very basic rock sledge. Okay, I'm just gonna keep using this one. Wait, really? Go away. You're being very wasteful with weapons right now. It's a decent shield right there. Yeah, fair warning, spoilers if you haven't gotten this far in. And, like, honestly, if you don't want to watch this and experience it for yourself firsthand, I don't blame you and would recommend doing that. Oh, right. And then things are collapsing on the way down. Okay. Where are the rest of the lizards? I forgot this entire place is just a sniper nest. But you know, I don't actually have to fight any of this. We can just head for the bottom and take care of the two of you cleanly. Oh, right. This is the... We're out of reach. The sages are starting to become concerned that they can't sense Link anymore. Ah, yes. And a Zonai construction facility. Ooh, there's one fan. But only one fan, of course. Unless there's another one on the other side. Oh no, this is weapons. Just in case you're out. I do appreciate how many weapons that are available to you in this small area. There are a lot of things to use them on. Let's see if I can make it over there without anything. That might be tricky. Ooh. Okay, I'm glad that didn't roll over onto my head. Yikes. Oh! There are gloom hands down here. Hey, that's perfect. I could use a restock. Come here, you. One of the few enemies in the underground that doesn't actually... Oh, shoot. That doesn't actually do gloom damage to you directly. Trying to use this as a little bit of practice for the fight to come. And clearly I need it. Too late. Too early. Too late again. Too late? Oh, there we go. I'm usually a big fan of these Demon King weapons, but down here that can get dangerous. Oh wait, that's the wrong one to drop. Right, it was the high fire rate. That's why I was keeping that. Honestly, probably don't need to keep that. Let's switch this one out. So I guess the construction is mostly just to let you skip that fight. There's a pretty straightforward climb right here. With the silver moblin on the other side. He's remarkably stable on his feet. Wow. Usually that stuns enemies. Wait a minute. Oh, I have been through here. Okay. I was going to say, hold on. Why is there a whole section there? And what's down here that... We'll go down this way. I'm not going to be too worried about exploring a place I've already been to. The Forgotten Foundation. Oh. There we go. It's a little tricky to dodge in a tight corridor like this. Oh, yeah, and this is how you know you're getting close. This is when the music starts to kick in. The music starts to kick in, and you get back here, and you're right back to where you were at the very start of the game. I spent a while clearing away the rubble for these other murals. I do appreciate, I think that, I'm trying to remember, but I think it's just these last three that were covered. And those last three are, you know, pretty important as major story spoilers. If only we still had remote bombs at the beginning of the game, we could have saved ourselves so much grief. Yeah, this isn't even the end of it. This is where we got to at the beginning of the game. And he went deeper. Because clearly this wasn't deep enough in, in the earth already. We need to go even further down. Is that Zonite? Oh, it's part of whatever was above him, because he was channeling into a crystal. That's right, I forgot about that. The torch. The torch that Zelda was using on the way down. I love little details like this. Genuinely love little details like this. Is a very important torch. What did I just hear? That rock was not there a minute ago. None of these rocks were. I grabbed the torch for the potential to meme on Ganondorf by finishing him off with it. Unlikely that I'll do that, I'm probably just going to use the Master Sword. But, just in case. Alright, Link. Time for a pre-battle pick-me-up. And let's get the proper equipment together. The Gloom Tree. Oh, wait, do I have to do this part again? I wasn't sure, but I think I do. I do. Alright. It's go time. Bring on Monster Army.
You don't have to fight all by yourself, you know?
We've got an army of our own.
When we fight together, we're unstoppable!
I'm gonna make my ancestors proud today, Link. I'll fight by your side.
Link! We shall protect Hyrule together.
With his smile. You gotta get that smile in there.
The Garuda owe you for your help. You can count on me.
I will atone for my past failure. It is time to stop the Demon King.
Alright, well, we're not using that on this. Although, I'm not sure if this has already achieved its unbreakable status. I am 99% that it's unbreakable during the fight. But I'm gonna go ahead and use other items instead. Okay. Right. There's a much more efficient way to do this. Getting clipped by random bokoblins. It's so embarrassing. This is also such a fantastic Greystock. Wait, I thought you were dead. still alive. I mean, Zelda's still stuck as a dragon. You can't blame her for not being in on this. Oh wait, that's the wrong sword. And the next round. This third round isn't too spooky. The Gibdo one a little scarier. Oh, that is definitely the wrong attachment. Make sure we get all the bits. You never know, maybe we'll need them in the fight against Ganondorf. And Moblins, I think. Yep, Moblins. Oh, shoot. Got hit by that backswing. Silly. Silly me. It was sloppy, but it's okay. We made it through. Surely there wouldn't be more. He's gotta be out of juice, right?
That gloom, it means but one thing. The Demon King is there. Huh?
More obstacles in our path, but our foe is mistaken if he thinks this will stop us.
We are fated to fight these beasts. Don't worry about us. Link, we'll take care of this, Goro! You ready to see the power of a sage?
We'll be fine. We already beat them once. This'll be a breeze for sure.
It is time, Link. The rest is up to you.
They get to do their own boss rush. And for some reason, Ganondorf is willing to resurrect the robot for Minoru, but not for me. I am very annoyed by this. Alright, Ganondorf. Time to answer for being unwilling to resurrect Minoru's robot for me. It's actually really interesting that these roots in this, just in the floor here, the ones on the walls are all corrupted, but these roots are not. It's interesting. Alright, you. I imagine it's similar to what happens if you don't get the Divine Beasts in Breath of the Wild, where everyone you don't get just gets skipped.
How disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant. It would have been more satisfying to overcome a worthy foe.
Rehydration complete. Oh, you know, that's a good question. Like, what happens to the extra bosses, you mean? I'm not sure. It would be really cool if it forces you to go through all of the bosses at once.
I will reshape this world as it was meant to be. I will crush any opposition. I will rule. That is what a king must do.
Alright, you.
Do not look away.
The one line that broke the internet.
You witness a king's revival. And the birth of his new world.
You're gonna have to work for that, Ganondorf. Nope. Shoot. Yeah. Eh. Oh, shoot. Okay. So he doesn't dodge when he's in the middle of swinging. Weapon shift. Oh, right. Right. Forgot about that part. Where's your head? There it is. Oh! Oh, he just swats the arrows. Fun. He just kicked me. And again. Lovely. Ah, way too early. Gotcha. Nope. There we go. Too early there. Ah, too late. Okay, and here he comes again. Down you go. Well, Kind of.
What a feeling. I'd almost forgotten the thrill of battle. That feeling as blood surges in my veins. And I am not even nearing the limits of my power.
Ganondorf's like, oh, you really thought that was over. No, the health bar keeps on going. It doesn't stop.
Enjoy these final moments. I will be taking far more than you're on this time.
Oh.
As you see, I'll deal with you all at once.
Show the Demon King who's boss, Link!
Ow. There we go. Oh, shoot, spin attack.
Taking you down, Demon King!
Man. Really bad with these spin attacks, aren't I?
We settle this now, Ganondorf.
Oh, I do like that lifesteal. Don't need that yet. Oh. Ganondorf's like, oi, stop paying attention to my ghosts. There's one. And another. Oh, okay. Ah, shoot. Trying to work on the ghosts. He does not want to let me work on the ghosts. There we go. Oh, shoot. Okay, Minoru, that shield is making it very hard to read what he's trying to do here. Nice shot, Tulin. Gotcha. And again. Ganondorf's like, wait, you've started chipping away at my insane health bar? Fine, let's turn this back into a 1v1. that wordless bring it. Oh, he has, right. I forgot about this part. He has his own combo attacks. Ow. Rude. Oh, shoot. Missed that. Oh shoot, missed one of those. Dodged way too early there. Gotcha. And then, oh, but I can do this too! Ah, missed the sideways. There we go. Nope, still have to get that second dodge. Ah, nope. Yeah, I figured that out after the first time I beat him. A little too late to be too effective. Oops. Oh shoot, that's not where I meant to go. Darn, missed that again. It's a really small window. Ah. Okay. There we go. Dodge. Counter dodge. Dodge. Counter dodge. And counter dodge. You can only follow this chain so far, Ganondorf. Down you go. I barely had to use any food.
Stand in my way! My mind, everything. Sacrifice it all to destroy you. And cast this world into eternal night.
This moment. The first time I saw this, I was just like, no. I love how he basically turns into Calamity Ganon, the phantom form of it that you see circling the castle in the first game. This whole fight, this whole boss fight is such excellent. It's just brilliantly designed. Like, you start off slow, you're like, okay, I've seen this before, this is kind of like Phantom Ganondorf. We've fought Gloomhands and Phantom Ganondorfs already. It's not so terrible. And then he calls in friends, and your friends start showing up to help you with that. And then that moves on, and he breaks your friends and says, bring it, I can counter dodge you now. And then this. And the malevolent version of the dragon theme going at the same time. Link is just stuck there in between the teeth. And Zelda's like, hey, this is something I can help with. This is more on my scale. I love how, like, you are well aware of how big Zelda is at this point. Just having retrieved the Master Sword. And then you see Ganondorf come by and he's like 5 times bigger than she is. It's like, oh, okay. How to make a dragon feel small. Bring in a much bigger dragon. Alright, Zelda. We've got this. We rock Ganondorf's style better than he does. Also, you've got, millennia of experience flying around that he doesn't, so we've got this. Mind those fireballs, though. I can't imagine those are fun to have hit you. Oh dear. It's okay. Gloom hearts are no longer a big deal. We are outdoors now. And Zelda's right down there waiting for me. She's dodging. It's impressive how well she can dodge. There's a lot of her to try and keep safe. I don't like that you're circling Ganondorf. Makes it harder to aim. Thankfully, your aim is tragic. Sadly, it does not look like there are any fragments on these little crystals that you can pick up. That would have been such a cool detail if there were. Not that you'd be able to use them outside of this. I don't think it lets you keep any of those items that you pick up going into the final fight. Alright, Zelda, there we go. It does. I do know the photos stick because... Well, if I can interrupt the moment for just a second. I did take a pretty good picture of him the first time I fought him, right here. This one I took. I wonder if I could just go from one to the next. Probably not. Yeah, we're too low. Alright, Zelda. I've stalled long enough that he can't really aim at you too well, and you should have an easy time dodging fireballs. Oh dear. Nice flying there. I love that you can see the geoglyphs so clearly from here, too. It's like you look around and you can actually see all of them while you're fighting this. And the sky just turns completely red. Zelda's like, nope, I've gotcha. Just goes nuclear in the skies over Hyrule Castle. Zelda, I'm not sure you're going to have a castle left to go back to this time. Oh wait, no, that was over in the Hebrew region. I was thinking, wait a minute, where is that exactly? Hyrule with one last present. For once, for one of the only times in the entire franchise, Link is the one waking Zelda up. Oh, I have my own arm back again. Link is like, not this time. Oh, oopsie. I missed the hold part of that. Thankfully, there's a very convenient lake down there in case we miss. Or even if we don't. I imagine it's hard to pull the glider out when your hands are occupied with hanging on to Zelda, though. Hi, like, welcome back, Zelda.
He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right? You did it. Oh, Link, you really did it. But how am I...
It is that sound, isn't it, son?
No, I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. But when I felt something, like a warm, loving embrace, I woke up. Thank you. Link, I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was. I have so much to tell you. So much happened. Oh, Link, I'm home.
Welcome back, Zelda. Last quest. I think I'm just going to be a little quiet for a moment. Just savor it. What a beautiful game. There were many Koroks launched. Many Koroks launched. I'm gonna say I launched probably at least 2 out of every 3. Some of them got a bit of a scenic tour instead. That last one in particular got a pretty spectacular adventure. boss, Unibo. God, this game had so many fantastic moments. And you know, I'm thinking, I don't think I even talked about the Zora's Domain storyline at all. I loved all 4 of those main story areas. They were just really well done. And it was great to catch up with the characters that you've seen in the previous game, and see them really come into their own. I mean, Elden Ring, I think Elden Ring came out in the same year. And I know a lot of people are super excited for it. Personally, still haven't played it. This is just such a good game. Oh, it's Baldur's Gate. I'm sorry. I'm getting my big PC games mixed up. But Baldur's Gate deserves it, as far as I'm concerned. The game is just, yeah, extraordinary. Tears of the Kingdom is too. And Tears of the Kingdom does have an edge in that I haven't actually played Baldur's Gate either. Which I would love to do still at some point. That's right, that's the one it was competing with. Thank you, Troopers. So we're just in a holding pattern of incredible Nintendo titles getting stiffed for Game of the Year by equally incredible titles. Oh yeah, though, this game, for me, this is my Game of the Year. I guess you could say it was my Game of the Year for the entirety of the last year. I have been playing it for almost a year now. Just about a month short of that. It depends. Subspace. Is a game of all year. I think that in particular is going to depend a lot on what Nintendo's year ends up looking like. Because right now, everything is very, very quiet. Like, suspiciously so. I don't know what exactly they're sitting on. I've heard rumors, again, about the next-gen Switch, or whatever system they're working on. I think there's a decent chance we see it this year. Especially, and actually, that point kind of helps point in that direction for a next-gen console, is that there really aren't too many new games coming around this year. So, I'm very curious. On the bright side, while it might be a quiet year so far for Nintendo, it's kind of nice because it does give me some time to turn my attention to other games that are also coming out along the way. Oh, jeez. So this would be stream number 62. I want to say my average stream length was about 5 to 6 hours, somewhere in there. So probably 300 plus hours, pretty easily. Which, honestly, saying that in hindsight, makes it sound fairly tame, considering I've been playing the game for a year. But for a good chunk of that, I've only been playing it one day a week, on average, just to pace myself. So, yeah, I'd say somewhere between 300 and 400 hours. Yeah, I can go check that too. Probably closer to 400, I imagine. even a difference in sizes for those fist bumps. Sidon is an excellent candidate for Link. He even gave Link a ring. He did get married in this game, yes. Much to the dismay of everybody who was shipping him with Link. Although, I will say that Sidon is going to have some competition because Zelda is also very interested. In the end. What a game. What a game. Just... Alright, I forgot. It's almost the end, but we're saying goodbye to Minoru first. Link is a very pretty boy.
I can't believe such an impressive landmass can float in the sky. Just when I thought I'd started to figure the Zonai out.
Everyone, I am glad I was able to bring you all here. I wanted to share this view of Hyrule with all of you.
Whoa! I've never been this far up before, Goro.
Wow, what a sight it is. And Zelda, you were roaming the skies all along?
Just like,
Yes,
please tell me more. That sounds incredible.
I don't really remember. I never thought I would actually stand here again.
This is only a theory, but Raru's power of light and Sonia's time power. For Zelda to transform back, they both must have channeled their abilities through you, Link.
Oh. I see.
I almost agree with that, Troopers, but I don't think it would be fair to lock that behind a Korok hunt. It would be
Now
a
it
very
seems
unfortunate.
It is my time.
Minoru!
Do not worry. You have overcome the burden my era left to you. You have proven yourself, and you no longer need me. I know I can move on, join Raru and the others, and the world will be safe.
Okay, that would be a good one, Sign.
Those of us gathered here swear on our lives to support Princess Zelda and... Oh. to support Princess Zelda and safeguard the land of Hyrule.
You know, that's fair. It probably took a lot longer than it should have for me, just because I wasn't looking them up. But, yeah,
Raoul and Sonia will be happy to hear of
if you
this.
know where all of them are, it shouldn't take too long.
But Minoru...
I think 3 hours might be lowballing it. There are a lot of Koroks.
And now let them know just how much you care.
But it definitely wouldn't take as long as it took me.
Thank you all.
King Rauru, Queen Sonia, Minoru. The ancient sages. They wished not only to save Hyrule from the Demon King, but for it to see eternal peace. I will dedicate myself to that goal. Now, and for all time. My friends, with all of your strength, stand with me.
This is such a great view, and I look at it and I'm just seeing all these places I've been to. Such a good game. This franchise has always just been like comfort food for me. It's Zelda as a whole just really hits a great spot of good times. I don't think there's a Zelda game that I've ever been really disappointed by. They've always just been really, really fun to play through. This one, absolutely no exception to that. Well, that is the end. We are finished with Tears of the Kingdom. And I outside of potentially going hunting for some funny pictures with Koroks, I think I'm going to be putting the game down for a while. It's been a phenomenal adventure. Just really, really great over the last year. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with for the next one. I feel like it's unlikely they come back to this iteration of Hyrule, and I'm really curious to see what they do for the next one. I would not be surprised if we see another shakeup, kind of like what we got with Breath of the Wild coming from Skyward Sword, was it, before that? We'll see. I'm looking forward to it, whatever they end up giving us. It'll be a while, yeah. Like, I don't expect another Zelda game for another 2 to 3 years at the earliest. If anything, we might see another Xenoblade game before then. And for Troopers, what do we do until Xenoblade comes out? Well, there is the Thousand Year Door remake on the horizon, and there's also the Final Fantasy VII remakes that I really would like to get to. There's also some other fun stuff, like just less console-oriented, but Hades 2 is looking really spectacular, and the Frostpunk sequel is also something I'm looking forward to. There's a lot of good stuff that I'm planning to explore. I don't have a schedule for it right now. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I'm probably going to be taking a bit of a streaming break over this coming week, with a probable exception to duck back into Unicorn Overlord and conquer the Colosseum properly. But that'll be a fairly short stream if I do that. But yeah, like I said, I'll take a bit of a stream break this week and figure out what we might be heading into next. Mostly to bridge the gap to Thousand Year Door, which is probably going to be the next big game I play through. But yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm still a little choked up about finishing this game. It's such a good feeling, and it's just it's a great ending to a good game. Just good stuff. So, in the interest of not rambling on for too long, thank you. Sorry. Thank you to everybody who's been here tonight. It's been a treat to be able to share this with all of you. I hope it's been fun. I definitely enjoyed dragging that Korok all over Hyrule and just re-experiencing all the bosses and the cutscenes and the ending of the game all over again. So, and for everybody who's been here for the adventure up to now, thank you for being here. It's been great to be able to share this with all of you, and it's been great to have you all along for this ride. So, thank you, and I hope to see you again for the next game. So until then, take care everybody. Good luck with whatever games you're playing, have a good night, and I will see you all next time.